Okay, I think I got everything all set. I'm done doing a bunch of setup stuff. Hello and welcome everybody. It has been a little bit, but yeah, let's get into the painting. Today, because it's Tuesday, I'm going to continue with my whole Tyranid stuff. We're going back to the Norm Assimilator. Hopefully this stream I can finish it. And if we do get it finished, I will move over to the Raveners that I did a couple streams ago. At least for the ones on YouTube. I'm also streaming on Twitch this evening, and for those that are on Twitch a little bit confused, I've been streaming over on YouTube a bunch of different videos here and there. So, with that also being said, let me get YouTube's chat up. That's the last thing I gotta do. Does that come in? Okay, that's it. So, hoping everything's going to work fine. It's been a little bit too long, but I almost forgot how to actually do this, but we will be fine. So, something I'm going to try for the first time is actual speed paint from Army Painter. So we'll see how those work. I'm doing it for all the brain parts and little hidden in the inner parts of the model. At least for my Tyranids, that is the plan. So since I've never used a speed paint before, I'm assuming it's very similar to a contrast paint, we're going to see how it looks. But I hope everyone has had a good weekend and was able to do some fun stuff and enjoy themselves. I had a pretty good and fun weekend over at the Ren Fair I talked about with a couple people. Or I went to a Ren Fair. And then... not much more than that. Not really too much more than that. It's been low-key other than that. Kind of missed streaming a little bit. Schedule's definitely getting a little more wonky than I liked for doing streaming, but also trying to schedule around like hanging out with friends and gaming and stuff, just normal adulting stuff. So that has been the biggest thing. It's a lot more vibrant of a green. I kind of like that green speed paint, and it is covering very nicely. Much better than the straight green paint I was using before. Does not mean that I won't... I mean, I'm using the speed paint to cover all the white that I can, then I'm going to go in with the regular paint after. That's kind of been my plan with most of this stuff. Or has been the plan. Like, I did this whole thing in contrast and then painted over with other paint. I made more work for myself than I needed to, is what it boils down to. Oh shit, okay, it didn't appear on stream it seems, but my buddy Afro over on Twitch says, yo, you're streaming on Twitch now too. Yes, I'm doing both Twitch and YouTube. I'm trying to multi-stream. Trying to figure out how to do both. Damn, Silver, good for you! So, Silver said over on YouTube that he's been working on a Trigon for a bit and he just finished. It took him about 20 hours to do. I'm going to probably take a quick second, though, to get Twitch chat to appear on here. Well, I look forward to seeing Mortarion and all that. I am a little disappointed that Twitch chat isn't appearing. Thought I could get it to appear, but maybe... I wonder... Because the main bit goes to YouTube if it doesn't work correctly? Sorry, I'm like overcomplicating something that I should bug fix later. Fair enough. I don't know if it's just your connection or if it's my connection. Let's go to the dashboard. Please bear with me, guys. I am trying to sort this out. I thought I had it working. And I'm gonna go here. Nope, that doesn't appear. Okay. I will have to keep an eye on both Twitch chat and YouTube chat at the same time, but that is easy enough to do. Just close it for that bit and have YouTube. Be a little bit smaller over there. Okay. Well, I'll have to work on that later. I'm not the most tech savvy guy, but I'm glad to... Well, at least I'll be able to see both chats and then reply to both. Not that it'll work for you guys to be able to see both. I don't know what I'll have to do. It's... I've tried using Stream Elements before, and I think there's just something about Stream Elements that just doesn't really work all too well when it comes to chat. Because I initially tried it with YouTube here, and then it just didn't seem to work. So other than that, I don't know, I found some other way to work around with it. I mean, it's a few more steps with the way I work around with it, but I like the quality that it's produced a lot more over what I had before. Yeah. Like I said earlier, I hope everyone had a good weekend. Kind of realized here how much I've missed on this model, but I'm also like, how much do you really see on this guy? I'm sure a lot more than I realized, but this will be a tabletop model that I play with, not a whole decorative thing. Ooh, okay. So, recently, I just finished a Warhammer book. I finished a Warhammer Fantasy one called Temple of Silence. I thought it was really good for my first ever book into fantasy. Never... I know about Warhammer Fantasy, and I have some interest in it. I've just been more into 40k than anything else. Just because I thought some of the models were better and all that stuff, but yeah, I was gonna say I enjoyed the book. If I had a rate out of 10, I'd probably give it a good like 6 or 7 out of like all the books I've listened to that involved Warhammer. What else would I say? It makes so I'm very. I know that I'm like this as a person, and I discussed this with a friend today. I'm very much influenced by what I read and listen to. I'm gonna have to go with a different brush to get that green. I think I remembered I want to make that chest centerpiece green as well. But I want to make a vampire army at some point because I've listened to the book now. Do I need to make a vampire army? No, I already have more than enough armies, and I have an Age of Sigmar spearhead that I should have built in Paint a while ago. But I'm just like, damn. Some of these vampires sound really cool, and they have some really cool models that I want to build and paint at some point. So that's like down the pipeline. At some point, I will do that army. But I think first on my list, I kind of decided like what I'm going to be doing. I'm gonna do everybody in like 1,000 points. Yeah, I can turn myself up a little bit more. I can turn down the music as well. So I was replying to Chubby or Chubbly on Twitch. I'm trying to... I don't know. It's my first time like streaming on Twitch in quite a while. I turned down the music quite a bit. It's usually much louder than it needs to be. What's up, JJ? Is it a thing that I can do on this end? Why is that mic? Or, I wonder. Hold on. Sometimes my computer likes to mess with my sound. Systems, sounds. No, my volume should... Oh, that's output, input. You made it 79. We're going to bring you up to 93. That might be better, that sound-wise. I mean, the music's not really a big important thing, but... I think as long as people can hear me, that's kind of what's better. Good. Yeah, for some reason my computer likes to turn me down randomly, and I have to go and turn myself back up every once in a while. So, yeah, and just so that YouTube knows, I'm not crazy and talking to myself. I'm trying to stream to Twitch. I thought I had the chat appeared on stream as well, but for some reason it doesn't want to appear. So you are completely fine. I'm gonna call you. Is Chubb okay to call you? Or is it Chubbly? A lot of times I'll give people nicknames in chat if I can't fully say it. Over on YouTube, Silver said he posted a picture of his Mortarion and the Trigon in the Discord. I I did. That took me a second that he just appeared over on YouTube. And then Jay just said, about 3 summers ago, I bought a Death Card Army box set featuring Mortarion. I recently sold it on eBay. Ooh, nice. But no, don't be like apologizing for what you're trying to do, Chubbly. I haven't spent time trying to like mess with Twitch yet that much, so I'm trying to, if there's any bugs or problems, I want to fix it this stream if I can, instead of having it, you know, affect it more in the future. Because I mean, I've streamed on YouTube like a couple times now, but I just want to make sure that both ends sound good. So, if I can fix something quick and easy, I'll do it. Something like the chat not appearing on stream, I feel like is a little bit more technical than like a quick fix. I'm sure it is something more simple than I realized, but I just haven't really looked. I did get a noise earlier, and my assumption... My assumption is that I got a public subscriber on YouTube. No. No, I didn't. So it was a Twitch notification. Oh, that's new. I haven't had that happen in a bit. Damn, that's another thing I don't have appeared up here. So, for Figure, this is the Norm Emissary for, with the Tyranids. I figured because it's Tyranid Tuesday, we're going to go back and I'm going to try finishing this guy. And if I finish this guy this evening, we'll move over to the Reavers I have here. Reavers, Raveners, I don't know. I just figured, instead of starting a new project, I should finish an older project here. And Chubbly, thank you for the follow. If that is the case, I just figured I'd appreciate that. Also, Chubbly said, admitting that I'm watching you on an old laptop and speaker aren't the best, so I always focus for streamers to turn themselves up. Hey, that's fine. Honestly, I didn't realize that YouTube turned me down in noise. Or not YouTube, my computer did. So it was something that someone was going to say at some point, and I just had to fix. So I'm going to try to reply to both chats when I can. But yeah, for those that are interested, I have a completely free Discord. It is... I don't have it described on Twitch. It is on my YouTube. So if you go to my YouTube page, it's there in the descriptions. It is a free Discord for any sort of hobby crafter, builder, or painter. They can go and just join the community. And yeah, it's not just for Warhammer. Like I said, it's for any other hobby and creations you have. We got one guy in there who posts his woodcrafting projects. At some point when I get working on my metalworking stuff again, I'll be posting that stuff, and I'm also working on a Inquisitor cosplay in the background. I've slowed down on that a little bit just because this past week has gone a little bit crazy, but thank you, Chubbly. Yeah, I don't know, the color scheme for these guys kind of went in a bunch of different directions. So initially, I was going to do a High Fleet Typhon color because I bought the brand new like kill team that came out for the Tyranids, and I was going to make my entire Tyranid army be Typhon's colors. And then I'm like, that's very complicated and more than what I need to do. So I had this model bought a while ago, and I had him with some like brown contrast paint on him, and then I discovered High Fleet Ouroboros, and decided that, hey, I'm gonna make an offshoot of Hive Ouroboros, and yeah, because I wanted these to be, I wanted to play my Tyranids as like they attack weaker opponents or weaker targets. So like something that a Tyranid's already attacked or another faction, and they'll go for anything. There will also be the Tyranid like clean up crew a little bit, and if there's like a group of Tyranids that kind of move too far from what the Hive Fleet kind of wants them to be like, they'll send in these Tyranids to go and like just kind of clip the branches a little bit. They're kind of like the gardeners of the Hive Fleet, which I guess would be a good reason for their brown carapace and a little bit of green coloring for the brain. So ooh, that's a good color. So Chubbly said over on Twitch that if he ever got Tyranids, he would paint his Tyranids as ladybugs. And that's actually a really nice... I like that color scheme. The black, red, and white. There's a lot of... I think there's a lot of unique color combinations you can do with that. I'm going to try and make sure that you guys can actually see what I've been working on a little bit here and there. But after the last time I painted this guy, I went and bought the Army Painter green speed paint, the orc skin, just to save myself so much time because my paint dries so quickly in my room that I wanted something that was going to be able to cover all the nooks and crannies of the brain, and then when I go over with my other paints, I will be able to go with that. Okay, JJ over on Twitch said, Midwinter's Minis did an amazing video on paint schemes for NIDS. It's about 2 years old. That probably would have been really good for me to watch before I did this. I'll have to check out the channel at some point after stream. I haven't really kept up much with the painting scene in a bit after kind of streaming and all that. But I really should, because there's quite a bit that I miss out on. Like, I started looking up some new painting techniques for how to do copper, like age copper. Because I do have some Necrons that I don't want to make them silver. I want to make them look like an... I want them to have that blue tarnish on them that the Statue of Liberty has. But I also want them to be... what else is it? I'm trying to think of the other name. I don't know, just like a very tarnished brass copper color. Almost like when you find a really old penny and you shine it a little bit. Yeah, patina. The word is patina that I should be using. Ba, 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 ba. A lime green mixed with a light blue. Yeah, I have like 2 colors of turquoise that I was going to base most of the Necrons in. I was going to prime it black, then color them in blue, and then dry brush the copper on top. But honestly, a mixture of that light green would work as well. That's not a bad color combination. Anywhere. I know there's parts I can hit with the brain. I just haven't really... I'm realizing this is a model that if you're going to paint it, you should really sub-assembly it. So, like, put the head on after you get all painted, the body too, because there's so many little nooks and cranny sections that are very hard to reach. obviously, if you're just playing with a tabletop and no one's really going to see it, it doesn't matter too much. But, you know, if you're doing like a competition thing or other stuff like that, that does kind of matter. Huh. Chest looks a little bit off. So, going what reading chat has said, GW used to have a really cool patina effect paint. And then JJ said that he has that today on a Diver Mini. I'll have to look that up. I don't really know the... I don't use much Citadel paint. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that name. Is this going to be okay? This brush will be okay. This is what I want to use. It's a technical paint, and yeah, that's what I try to keep in mind when I'm painting models, is that I'm looking at these from like 2 feet away, or even more. Really, it's only the centerpiece ones that you kind of do want to get a little bit more in depth with. The problem is that I like to spend more time than I really need to painting a model, and it just makes it, I don't know, that I spend more time. Like, recently I tried to challenge myself to paint the entire Tyranid kill team in under 8 hours. I got it built in under 3, and I didn't fully finish painting one model in like the 4 hours. I did it in like 2 streams, or 2 4-hour streams, which is where I was going to do the 8 hours from. I'm tempted to do like a glow effect where the green is going up the little branch pieces here, and this brush is not really being the best for me right now. That one might work. That one's got a good tip. Oh damn, we're almost at our at my sub goal. So I kind of have a little sub goal. I want to hit 200 by the end of the month. That's at least on a sub goal for YouTube, not on Twitch. I'm not even close to getting that on Twitch. But no, for YouTube I want to hit 200. Is my biggest goal right now. I think it's doable. We're at what, 189 right now, so we're like 10 away. I'm considering 10 because I bet by the end of the night I'll be at 90, 190. But I'm trying to be realistic with some goals. Long-term goal is always 1,000. Because I know my goal, or my plan is once I hit 1,000 subs on YouTube, I'm going to be painting the lion. I've had the model for over a year, like when I first got into YouTube. Or not. No, when I first got into Warhammer, I decided that I was going to buy it. I have the model bought and built, I just don't feel confident enough yet to paint it. Yet I'm painting a model that's like just as much detail or intense as that model is how I feel. So I don't know. Kind of like that darker, unglowing green against the blue. I like the ideas of these guys having like green acidic blood like from Alien. I will apologize now for the angle for anyone watching. I don't have the best camera angle right now, but this is more for my benefit, and then when I have to, I'll just turn and show you guys what's going on. So yeah, you can kind of see it. Okay, catching up on YouTube comments. Silver said that he told his subscribers once he reaches 1,000 that he'd paint a Warlord Titan live on stream, non-stop until it's done. That is a big project. That's a very big project. I'm trying to think, like that's almost like days worth of work. And then what did JJ say? JJ said, I went to see Weird Al. He's got some good music every once in a while. I don't listen to him much, but I'm like, his parodies are good. And then you said you love Ren Fairs. Ren Fairs are so much fun. I went to one this weekend, had a lot of fun hanging out with friends and stuff. Actually, I took a friend, or I had a friend go for the first time to a Ren Fair. And he had a good time. It's something he would do again. And then Chubbly said, I'm waiting for Friday to get into my army painting. I currently have everything in my 500-point army primed, but Thursday the Tamiya tape comes in. I'm currently painting a 3D printed mantis shrimp. Well, that's cool. That's very cool. We have another guy named Dorzo. He does a lot of 3D printing stuff. He was showing off some of it to me and all that. They're freaky shrimp. My brother likes. Oh, that's nice. That's nice you're doing that for his birthday. I was going to say, I've seen mantis shrimps. Aren't they like really hard to keep in a cage or in a tank? Oh well, no. Mantis has the claws. I'm probably thinking of a pistol shrimp, which they're part of the same family, but a pistol shrimp is like you gotta be very careful keeping them in a tank because they can break through the glass if you're not if you don't have like the right setup. I think you'll almost have to build a custom cage, from what I've heard, or custom tank. Nope, I moved my water. I'll take a quick drink. Well, mantis shrimps, they attack like with the same speed. All that. I am just looking at my Discord real quick and seeing what Silver has posted. Those are nice purple and blue Tyrannifex. Ooh, I like the snake guy. I forget what his name is. And the Mortarion looks really nice as well. Good work on those silver. I don't use an airbrush really at all. I want to. I gotta do more research. I have like a cheap $20 one I bought. And I just tried using my regular Army Painter's paint mixed with a thinner. And I don't think I ever got the mixture quite right. So I have to go through and mess with it, but need to throw down some more speed paint. Talking about the Ren Fair a little bit before I forget. I was gonna go with my more like Nordic looking costume that I have, but I couldn't find all the pieces. So I decided to go as like a Hobbit style character. Just wear like a dress shirt with a little vest and some pants kind of rolled up, and I had like a very long pair of socks and a decent pair of shoes or boots. So I went as like a little hobbit that's been traveling. I will say later I switched out my boots and wore some flip flops to help my feet. Okay. Taco Bell Baja Blast. I don't know. Okay. How's it going, Taco? I will admit, when I first read your name, I thought it was tobacco. I don't know why I was thinking it was tobacco. That is nowhere near close to your name. Okay. Chubby said, harder steel backs are amazing. I love that everything is interchangeable. So in theory, you can buy the cheap one, slowly upgrade it to the fancy one over time, piece by piece. Well, that's good to know. I'll keep that in mind for if I buy a better one. I was kind of worried about the price when I first did it. Or when I was thinking about getting one. Yeah, I got all on the inside of his. All up through here. I am painting a Norn Emissary. I've done it a few streams here on YouTube. And figured, because it's Tyranny Tuesday, I would continue and try to finish him tonight. If we finish him tonight, I will then move over to doing the Ravener kill team that I have here sitting on the side. I try to do a little challenge for myself when painting those. I try to complete those in 8 hours. I cannot get it done in 8 hours. It will take me way more time to get those guys completed. I do apologize if I keep pulling it off camera. Talking about the model. Like, I'm used to painting like this. I need to be painting here. I need like to set up a little tape square and keep everything close. been a fun project to paint. I've had this guy for a very long time. It's a homebrew Hive Fleet. Initially, I was gonna paint all my Tyranids in Hive Fleet Typhons colors, and then I realized how complex that paint scheme was really gonna be, and to do this really big guy and whole army for it wasn't worth it. So I was gonna do Hive Fleet Ouroboros, and then I realized I already had some of like this orange paint on his tail, on his shoulder pads here. So I just decided to do an offshoot of Ouroboros and make my own custom kill team. I don't have a proper name for them yet. I'm still thinking on the name. I want to do something that like involves paleontology a little bit. I was thinking of like naming them Hive Fleet Cenozoic, but that's like modern time, and I want something more like prehistoric sounding. But I like to think that these guys are a Tyranid cleanup crew. I said this a little bit earlier, but I'll say it again. If a certain Hive Fleet is deviating from the hive mind too much, this Hive Fleet is sent in and prunes those branches. I am thinking of painting in Hive Fleet Kraken or Colossus. I think I've seen Kraken's colors before. I'm going to need a refresher. Once I get this paint off the brush, I'm going to give myself a refresher. But, yeah. My Hive Fleet I consider more of a cleanup crew and does what Typhon also does and just attacks armies that are already weak. So I'm going to quickly check Hive Fleet Kraken and Colossus, just so I know the color scheme. Oh, Kraken's a nice color scheme. Good beige and red. It's kind of like a bone color, actually. Now that I look at it, like a bone white-ish and red. And then you said Colossus. Ooh, Colossus is interesting. It's another, like, yellowish bone color and then black. At least is what I'm seeing. I don't know. Hive Fleet Colossus. Show me your colors. Or is Hive Fleet Colossus red and bone colored? It might be changed. I don't know. I usually go to images and then go off of what that looks like. But if it's different, that is on me. Good to know. Not that one. Let me... Okay. Let's get back to it. I really don't have as much green left to do as some other bits. I know it's hard to see in the light, but... I was going to say now I just got the little bits on the inside. So, reading what Taco Bell has to say. He's trying to do the red and yellowish color one. Only red he has, though, is blood red. Could you mix the paint with either... I'm trying to think of, like, another... My brain always goes to, like, whites and blacks when mixing. But maybe even like an orange or a yellow you can mix it with and give yourself a few more unique colors. maybe even, I guess you could mix it with a purple. Try to give yourself a more darker color that way. I don't know much about color theory in painting. Yeah, you can try it with the Wraithbone, see what it does. See, what do I have for reds on my hand? I have, like... I have Corn Red. And I have Pure Red and Dragon Red. I would go with Chubbly. Chubbly. I would always default to chat because chat knows more about the hobby than I do. I am never... I don't ever think I know enough quite yet about painting. I think. Yeah, that is the big thing, Chubbly, is that really mixing red with any sort of whites does make it more pink. And that just makes it so much more difficult. Because it's not even like a little bit of... Or it's not like a lot of white that does that. It's like any little bit of white will do that. JJ says over on YouTube, Swampy, I've been painting for 30 years and only recently changed my style because of access to YouTube videos. There's always more room to learn. Yes, I fully agree to that. I've been trying to get back into looking at other people's painting videos. Like I was saying earlier about the copper stuff, like I want to learn... I want to try something new and paint that way. And I'm always trying to experiment and see what works better each time on a model or on even a group of models. Like sometimes priming a whole model white works best, and sometimes priming them black and then doing an airbrush. And sometimes just straight black and then dry brushing works best. I think for myself, one, it's going to depend on the size of the model, but I think I'm going to lean more toward priming it all black and then dry brushing. Although a model this size, maybe the airbrush would work well. And reading what Taco Bell has to say. Oh. Okay, I'm just reading something over on Twitch. Cheap viewers on streamboo.live. Remove the space. Not really sure what that means. feel like I got someone shilling out for another channel and Twitch and all that. Oh yeah, no, that's what I kind of figure after looking at it. I'm not interested in that. On Twitch, I'm so, or on streaming in general, I'm so like kind of defensive when it comes to people talking to me on Twitch and stuff like that. I've had people like before. It hasn't happened on YouTube, but definitely on Twitch, it's happened a lot, and I just ignore them. Yeah. I have no idea which channel that sound just came from. Oh, okay. God, you guys are bebopping back and forth between both these. It's going to be hard to keep track. Um, I mean, I appreciate Taco Bell or Note Joel now on Twitch going to each one. At some point, I'll have Twitch chat also on stream. I thought I was going to have it this stream also up, but for some reason, it just didn't work this time around, so. But I got to spend some time messing with it. I think Stream Elements is just being weird. That's what I've used mostly. Like Stream Elements and YouTube don't really like mixing well together. So I think it just kind of like cancels some stuff out. I need a little bit of... No, not that one. This is the brush I was using. And I was replying to Taco Bell before I got distracted. Yeah, I'm mostly a Space Marine player and painter, and it is a different switch from painting. So, here's an example. These are my Space Marines. These are my homebrew Dark Angel chapter called the Seraphim of the Abyss. They're black and blue with a little bit of silver. And this is easier to paint than the Tyranids, but I would say whatever skills I learned from painting the Space Marines definitely has moved over to the Tyranids and back and forth. I'm actually going to be doing 2 Space Marine armies. I've decided I'm doing a Dark Angels and Salamanders army. So I'm splitting my forces up that way, and I've decided that both my faction or both my Space Marines will work together. At least for now. In my lore, at least for now. I mean, I'm not even gonna do like pure salamander. I think these are a actual chapter, but like the Iron Drakes are, or is the paint scheme that I like to do for salamanders. It's the top half green and the bottom half is black. But my own little twist I do is I like to put gold on the shin legs, and that's more of a note of doing something unique, or I'm trying to think of the right word. Not unique, but like something epic that they've done in battle. I like little bits of lore like that. I think for now that green is good. The Hive Tyrant is a good model. I'm talking over to Note, who I think is also Taco Bell on Twitch. I have a Hive Tyrant. I want to kit bash the Norm Assimilator, which is the variant of this guy, with a Hive Tyrant. Because this model, I feel, is almost ashamed that it can't lead an army. Like, this model should lead an army. But I'm sad that it can't. I should be thinking followers over on Twitch, but I don't know who follows me over on Twitch. I really should get that going. I'm going to complain about it now for a little bit, but it doesn't really matter in the long run. This one and that one. I keep switching between all my tabs. I have to pull up the tabs that I want to look at again. Okay. So now I pull up my regular greens. I need green skin and above. I don't know, to be honest. I would say the current Tyranid, like the Biotine. I think the Biotine is definitely an older model. I think it's a Forge World model. Which now GW and Forge World are the same, but some older models I'd say are like the Tyranid Warriors or their little flyer guys. They're definitely like an older dated model from what I've seen. Other than that, I think GW has been working on updating a lot of their models. I mean, Lord knows they're updating a bunch of Space Marine models. But I will say, in my personal opinion, if you want to get a Biotine, I'd say just go to Etsy. You'll find one cheaper. There's one on there that I want to get. It's not a Biotine. It's supposed to be the Norn Queen, but I'm going to run it as a Biotine if I get it. It's like 240 compared to the Biotine. I'm not sure what its price is. Okay, note to self. Green skin and the orc skin are the same pretty much, so I like that. I will use that speed paint when I do the salamanders. And more stuff on the Tyranids. I was gonna say, what should you say? What? For the Hive Tyrant? Or for, what model specifically, no, Joel? This is over on Twitch. And JJ said, Chubbly, I posted my mantis shrimp under other hobbies in the Discord. I don't know what the base is for the Biotine. I think it doesn't come with a base. I think it's so big that it doesn't come with a base. Just like some Titans don't. Or like the Baneblade doesn't come with a base. And that's just because they're so large, they can stand on their own. But it might. That is honestly a good question. I will look that up for you, bud. The Biotine does not have a base. That was just a quick little Google search. No, fair enough. I mean, just talking to Taco Bell. He just said he had to switch back. But was it just that YouTube... Was it something on my end that it wasn't working? Or was it just YouTube itself being weird? I'm just asking because streaming to two different sites, if there's any issues, I just want to know about it so I can fix it for the next one. Because... Actually, that reminds me. I have to figure out my schedule for the week. Just YouTube itself. Okay. Good to know. But yeah, usually my stream schedule is Tuesdays and Saturdays from like 6 to 10. But I can't do Saturdays this week. Just because when I game with my friends, right now the schedule for everyone is like, oh, Saturday works better when it used to be midweek. So I have to figure out every week what their schedule is and go from there. So I think what I will do instead, I'll still keep Tuesday. Tuesday's a good like beginning of the week kind of stream day. Maybe we'll do Friday. Is it Friday? Yeah. We'll do Friday from 6 to 10. And we'll do Sunday from 6 to 10. That's just kind of thinking out loud. I really should post that myself. I haven't posted a schedule because I want to make like a little image I post every week of what the schedule is. Not just a normal YouTube post. Oh, gotta stay focused. I don't want to hit the wrong thing. So Taco said over on YouTube that he wishes there was a tabletop store near him, but all of them are in the big city. Like a tabletop store. I feel that. For a while, the closest Warhammer store for me is an hour away within the city. So I would go on my weekends and just drive to buy Warhammer. Honestly, that was probably... I probably should have stuck with that instead of finding out that I had a Warhammer store that's a half hour away from me. Not a Warhammer store, but a tabletop store. After my friends kind of showed me that store, it went downhill for me. But there's other ways to buy Warhammer. I know going to a store is fun. You get that interaction, and then plus if you want to play with people as well, you got a place to go. Which reminds me, Wednesday, that tabletop store does games for Warhammer, so I don't know if I will go to that this week or not. Tempted to. I'm tempted to. Don't know if I will, though. And what else? Don't know. Kind of lost my train of thought for a sec. This little brain bits look like pesto covered noodles. Not a thing I want to eat, but I'm just like, oh, that's a little noodly looking. Should I line up that green? Let me do it a little bit on the leg and see what it looks like. Works a little bit, but yeah. We'll take a look at that real quick. Whoa. Is that a Rogel Dorn or a Leman Russ? And then, oh, the Blight Crawler. Nurgle's got a good aesthetic, but terrifies me. Or not, it doesn't terrify me. Nurgle's aesthetic does what it's supposed to do and looks sick. Okay. Just gotta wait for this to... Turn that back on for a sec. There you go. Okay. Now I was just looking at the mantis shrimp. That's a horrifying monster, that mantis shrimp. That's like a D&D monster right there. Huh. And let me set up everything back again to where I was. There's a non-game workshop seller nearby, but their selection is terrible. And when it is good, it's out of stock. Yeah, that's always tough to deal with. For myself, how I look at it is that my Warhammer store is like the specialty shop item place. Like, it's got the models that you don't really find in every store. And then the one that's a half hour away from me is like the general selection. Like, it has like every basic model that you'll need for an army. Sometimes. That's how I word that. So it's tough for, I think, outside Warhammer stores to sell Warhammer because GW holds such like a monopoly on what you have to have posted or what you have for like certain like the shelves. I think it's like you have to buy their shelves and do that and all that. I'm not really sure. I asked a rep in North Carolina what it takes to open a store there, and he was like, it does take a bit because you need GW like asks for this, and this. Just because I have a friend that's opening like a Magic the Gathering store about an hour away from where I live. I'm hoping to help him out, but it's always tough when you're the guy that lives an hour away. With that being said, where was I going with it? Yeah, I was just asking to be like, okay, if we did this, like, what do we need to do? How's it going? I'm trying to figure out how to say your name. Over on Twitch, RS Blunden? Nope, there's no L. It's going well. Thank you. This is a Norn emissary that I've been working on for a couple streams. I'm streaming here on Twitch and also on YouTube, so that's the chat you can see. I tried to get Twitch chat to work, but it somehow just wasn't working. So, trying to reply to both when I can. I think for what I can do, even though I could probably take a little bit more time to touch some stuff up, I am going to move on to the next paint. Over on YouTube, Taco Bell says the stock right now is paint sets in Space Wolf boxes that all, even though it says there is a Venerable Dreadnought and a Tyranid Gargoyles. The Gargoyles were the ones I was thinking that are a little bit dated for their models. Yeah. Oops. Alta's going by. Ooh, I want to get into the Fallout RPG. Just because I like Fallout, and I wanted to like make some of my own little minis for it. Had a chance to go to... The Warhammer took up 3 rows. Ooh. That is a lot of stuff. Yeah, I know in next year I'm going to a Magic the Gathering convention. We don't know if we're going to be going to Vegas or Chicago. Because it depends on like when you go. So I think we're going in like May. And I'd like to grab Warhammer stuff on there, but the convention is kind of the main focus of the whole thing. I did see. Yes, I did see that you can play as like Mr. Handies and stuff. If I get into it, I don't know what faction I'd be. I'd either be like one of the Raiders, or I'd be the Brotherhood of Steel, or maybe I'd make like a Minuteman one if they have one. I like playing the Minuteman when I play Fallout. I mostly join them just for the base building. To be honest, I'm very much a fan when it comes to a game that has base building in it. I spend way more time base building than I should be. That reminds me, I gotta. It's not something I'm gonna do for a stream, but I need to work on some terrain for. Yeah, I gotta work on some terrain for a kill team game I want to do with a buddy. JJ says over on YouTube that his kid is playing the Minutemen in the RPG, and he's playing a super mutant. Okay, I thought you were talking about the one with the models. So yeah, there is an RPG. Ooh, I'd be tempted to do the RPG as well. Okay, now that I'm actually following along in the conversation and not just thinking something different, I think a follow one would be fun. I tried to run a Apocalypse D&D style game using 5e. I tried running it with like 8 players. That was a terrible decision on my part. If you're a DM, don't ever try to run a game of 8 people at once. But yeah, I will have to look into that because that sounds like a fun. That sounds like a fun game. I almost got the Fallout faction. Oh, that's what I was thinking of. I was thinking of the skirmish game. I was confusing the RPG with the skirmish game. For those that are kind of curious on what I am doing right now, I'm kind of going up in brightness in paint. I'm kind of thinking that the armor, or not the armor, the brain bits glow a little bit. No! The Termagants are such a finicky little model. Personally, I'm more of a fan of the Hormagaunts. Thank you. I'm trying. I know there's a lot that I've missed. Like, if I turn it like this, or there's sometimes when I turn it, I know you guys can see the white underneath here and there. But I'm happy with how he's been. I want to definitely run him. I don't know. I want to run this guy as like a Hive Tyrant. I know they're solo. It's just this guy's so cool. If I play like in the big games, I definitely could. Or if I play in a big game, I'd run him as what he is. You know what I should do? I've seen this technique a little bit. Talking about learning from YouTube. I see people take washes, throw it on the model, and then they take the paint and put it on top of the wash to kind of help with making it look brighter and all that stuff. I'm thinking that's what I should do. That's too much paint on that eye, but I got this eye to actually look good. I wonder if I should try to do a little glow effect. Wonder if I should go in with the wash now or later. I think I should do it now. Well, more after I do this paint that I have, and then go and try to brighten up with lighter paints after. You can just kind of send it wherever. I mean, whatever you think it would be good to send that photo in. If it's a more casual thing, you could send it in Lounge. If it is a hobby thing, it can go in one of the hobby chats or in one of the workshop chats. That's what I would say. And at some point, I'll take a look at it. I went over. That's why I think it's so much larger than it is. Because I went over. It should be. We are going to very slightly make a little glow. I've never really done a proper glow effect. I like to try it, but I don't know if this is the right model to try it on. Huh. I was just looking over at Twitch, and one of the streamers I follow went live. I didn't think they... I haven't watched them in a while, but I only thought they went live on Sundays. Let's see. Maybe that's just a bright enough green as is in there. That might be a bright enough green. Yeah, I can check it out. Ah, I see. So the arm just kind of slipped out of its socket, huh? Yeah, just take a little bit of paint, or not paint, super glue, and just like put it back in. You might have to hold it just in case it oh, what's the word I'm thinking of? In case it doesn't want to stay in. I mean, that's going to be the only, like, big thing. Okay. Let me pull up all these other things. Okay. Yeah, I've had that happen to me quite a bit, Taco Bell. It is just a small little fix. Should I add a decoration that symbolizes my career-ending injury? That's up to you if you want to do that. I always say it's like good to add a little bit of personality or pizzazz to models. Kind of add a little bit of yourself into them. I was gonna say good save there, JJ. As much as I do swear on the channel and stuff like that, I really don't want to try it that much, and I don't really want to see it that much in chat. But I'm glad you censored it. Agree. If you have green stuff, I mean, just kind of like do whatever you think is right. I know I haven't said it, but I just say the whole, like, I don't know, just treat this channel as if you're a guest in someone else's house. Because I never know when I have someone that's under the age of, like, 18 in here. No, you're fine. Like I said, I swear myself. I've done it a few times on the channel here. I'm not rated for, like, kids and all that, but I just rather not have it be a thing. I will write a story about his glorious battle against a Deathwing Knight. I'm just picturing this Deathwing Knight going through killing all these Tyranids, and it's just one Tormagant that got a lucky shot off that killed this Space Marine. Ugh. I hope everyone's having a good evening on both sides of chat. Trying to think on. I do have a. Why are there no Terminator armor interrogator chaplains as minis? Okay. Excuse me. I was reading both chats. I mean, I have a Terminator chaplain here. I don't know if there's a big difference between the interrogator chaplains or not. If there is no difference, I don't see what's stopping you from just saying a normal chaplain that you have isn't a interrogator chaplain. If there is some sort of like change thing, then maybe just update the model to look like that. This is one that I've got to paint and all that at some point. And then going over to what JJ said on YouTube. So I found out pre-mixed grout looks like sand, and then smoothed out with water. It's going... so it's going into my diorama. So wait, are interrogator chaplains actually like not a good thing to run in your army? Like, are they actually bad? Like a bad army stat-wise thing, or... Because I do have the character model that's interrogator chaplain. I think he's Asmodeus. Or Asmodai. His name is Asmodai, I believe. I went over this with another guy in chat at one point, trying to say these names. You know, I'm kind of glad I went with that little bit of brighter green in there. Makes those pop, but I am going to have to touch up the model with the blues and stuff because I've taken a lot of paint off with just my fingers, which I'm a little bit disappointed in. And I realized I touched certain parts of the model with the green paint. Awesome. Love to see that happen. Not really, but it happens. I didn't realize I had parts inside the leg either. I will say, when you get to a model this big, it's really hard not to touch like any part of the model when painting. And depending on how thick or thin your model is, you can tear off a little bit of paint. Like on the hand here, there's little specks of white. That's all just from where I touched it. I know with the primer here, where I've touched, I pulled off the white primer paint, and now it's just the black. Oh, you caught my interest. Taco Bell over on YouTube said, I saw these Necrons disguised Gene Stealers that were quite funny in the Warhammer Discord. I like that. Ugh. Wow, excuse me. Okay. Gonna move up to the next one. Green-wise. Try to get that shaken up. Probably wasting a lot more green than I need to. I'm trying to think of what my big plans are for the week. I don't know if I really have any big plans besides here. I do know this week I'm going to finally play a game of Kill Team with one of my buddies. So I've been trying to get some friends into Warhammer, and I have 3 that have got into Warhammer. Kind of. It's a little difficult. 2 of them are like already into another more expensive hobby, and they are trying to get me into it. I take part in it when I can, but anyway. So I got one buddy that runs Space Marines, or wants to play Space Marines. Another that plays Dark Eldar, and another that plays Chaos. And I am trying to get a game going with the guy that plays Chaos. He's a lot more free than the other 2 are, and I think I'm going to run as much as I want to do. No, I'm going to do my Space Marines with him, because if it's us 2, I think it's fair to just do Space Marine versus Chaos. There's no other faction in my mind that should go against Chaos besides Space Marines. And I made a custom kill team, and I really want to use them. I finished them. I have my buddy's kill team that I gotta finish painting too. Probably next stream I will continue on those, because they need to be done. Can I get like a little... Nice, there's like a little dot in there. I don't want to go any brighter on the inner bark area. I want to keep that the green it's at. I got another friend that I think would be into Warhammer just because he likes playing strategy games. Oh, I don't know how many people here are history buffs or are into history in general. One of the things I bought for myself at the Ren Fair, there was a booth that was selling old board games. Not like, oh, old from the 80s or 90s or 70s. I mean like, these are dated from like 600 CE old. And I bought one, and my friend bought one that I took to the Ren Fair. And we got to play both these games. I will admit, he kicked my ass. He kicked my ass. I was able to win 1 game out of 10. He's very good at these strategy games. I played chess with him, and he's just gotten better and better over the years. I don't play it enough to get any good, but it just made me think, like, you might like this game. You might not enjoy the building and painting, but you might like the actual playing part. Because Warhammer is just like a very upscale game of chess in my mind. Look at those eyes. I don't know if you guys can see the little green beady eyes I have in there. And then I've gone up in brightness on the brain parts a little bit. I got one more brightness I'm going to go. Not for the eyes, but just for like the top parts of his brain. So I've been using a lot of the deep greens. I'm now moving over to a vibrant green. It's the coldest one. It is Emerald Forest. That's the one I'm going to be going with for just that little bit of extra highlight. And then, I think after this, besides the tail, which needs a brown, it's going to be a lot of edge highlighting. That's kind of the next step for me on all this, is edge highlighting this model. Taco Bell over on YouTube says, I have a budget which is extra price of Genestealers and the Gargoyles. What should I buy? Okay. I don't know what your budget is. I would say save it for when GW comes out with a new Tyranid Combat Patrol. Save your money and buy that instead. You'll get Genestealers, the little parasite guy, a Biovore, and Tyranid Guard. I don't know what GW... I can't remember off the top of my head what they price their combat patrols at. I think it's 168. If you can save your money and budget for that, that would get you what you're looking for. Because I haven't really used Gargoyles before. I don't know how they play. But if you like want the Genestealers and like a couple extra like decent models, that's what I would go with. I mean, even currently now, I would say the current GW Combat Patrol for Tyranids is okay. I personally think it needs a few upgrades. Or at least how I look at it. Like, the Tyranid Prime doesn't have any models that it can go with, like to lead. But then that's just going to get me into the whole Ultimate Starter Box, which I bought, and then I'm going to start riling myself up about the whole... the word I'm trying to look for, and I can't remember it off the top of my head. Whole Space Marine box stuff. Okay. So, I do kind of have a weird decision that I got to do. I want to update all the blue colors to this teal, but I think it's going to be too much. I think I should mix it with this Regal blue and use that as my edge highlight. And going over to YouTube, Taco Bell says, why did they get rid of the Raven Guard transfer on the normal Primaris transfer? I have no idea personally. My guess would be because they're coming out with new combat patrols specifically for Raven Guard, and they're coming out with Raven Guard characters, they're going to try to sell those, like in an upgrade sprue or something like that. That would be my guess. Like, just GW trying to make money the best way they can. Which I will say, I like the Raven Guard's new combat patrol coming out. I have all the models already, and I was going to use it in my Dark Angels army. I think that would be a... I think that's a good one. I think with the Salamanders, they could have... I think, honestly, what they should have done is they should have taken the Repulsor from the... I'm forgetting their name. From the White Scars. And put it in... So they should switch the ATV and the Repulsor. So the ATV that's a part of the Salamanders one should go to the White Scars, and the Repulsor should go to the Salamander box. Because if you want to use the Salamander's like ability or not detachment, that's the word I'm looking for. If you want to use their detachment, you need... It works best when you have a vehicle that they can pop in and out of. And the Repulsor would be really good because it can actually hold, I think it can hold the Infernus Marines that are in the box. Which, if you want Infernus Marines, get the Salamander box, because that's like 10 Salamander balls right there. I think if it wasn't for the ATV, it would be a really good box. Personally, but that's just me. And I've read online that people think the Iron Hands got screwed with their box, and I kind of agree with them. Like, you know, why didn't they do it as a Dreadnought or something that the Iron Hands put themselves in? I don't play Iron Hands. I don't really know much about them, but from what I understand, they kind of... I think they're the ones that Dreadnought themselves the most willingly. Nice. So Taco Bell over on YouTube said his and his friends are starting their own little painting club, and honestly, that's awesome to hear. I hope you guys have fun and enjoy it. If you guys don't already have armies that you want to play with, maybe what you can do, and I'm just assuming, I'm going to assume this because you're building a Tyranid army, that you all could start an army together, build and paint it together, and then play with it there. And I'm assuming you got into Tyranids for that reason. If I'm wrong, prove me wrong, and I don't mind being proven wrong. I will say this teal regal blue mixture actually looks really nice. Trying to hold this thing the best way I can. now I'm actually trying to do some edge highlighting, and yeah, fair enough. That's so Takobo said that he got into Tyranids because there's so much variety with the models. That's a fair point. I got into Tyranids because I got the introductory box, and then I was like, well, because I have these little Tyranids, I should build and paint more, and then I'm also a big Dino fan and like monster fan. Like I like Godzilla, I like King Kong. So these models just kind of hit that little childhood spot for me. Come on. There it is. Okay, so Taco Bell also said I'm going to make my legendary hero Termagant the centerpiece of my army. Nice. I know I'm being very quiet. I'm trying to focus right now really hard on getting these edges to look really nice. Not really edges, just I guess these edge highlights look nice and all that. I really like what kind of happened with this dark blue to lighter color I'm going with. Taco Bell also said, I'm going to add some Space Marine dead bodies to the base and show many Marines that he's killed. You're going to have to give him a bigger base. Or, what you could do if you're interested, is you can make him his own little diorama set. And what I mean by like a diorama is something like this. These models can both come off, and I can play with them. Actually, this guy's battle base is right here. But yeah, this was like a little diorama that I did, and yeah, you could just have like your little Termagant just sit in the middle of this when you're not using him. That's all just made with like cork and sprue, by the way. And other little odds and ends that I have. Good night, Taco. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to keep painting. I gotta clean this brush. I know not every part of the model needs to be edge highlight, but I just like this blue so much that I kind of want to have it pop up as much as I can. You know, I will honestly admit today, I was so tempted to like not stream and just kind of quit doing YouTube and video stuff a little bit today. I'm like really going back into a downer mood, and I had to snap myself out of it and be like, hey, you need to stop because there are people out there that do like what you do and want to watch it. But I'm getting into one of those moods mostly just because life is a little bit weird, or has been weird this year for me. And honestly, I think streaming has been more of a help this year than anything else, just to sit here and just distract myself from it all. Like it's been good. It's like good distraction stuff, and I've gotten to talk to a lot of really nice people on here, and I think make a lot of people, I don't know if I make them happy, but I definitely got people that enjoy coming here and watching what's going on, and I enjoy having them here. Just how I've looked at everything a little bit recently. And and for those like wondering or anything like that, I'm not saying I'm depressed or anything like that. I'm just, you know, kind of going through it like most adults do. unsure about their job, unsure about the bills, unsure about housing and all that stuff. Just normal life adult things that we all have to worry about. That leg, I'd say, is looking pretty good. I don't know how well you guys can see that, but I think I made that pop really well. Now we're going to move up over to the hands here and add a little bit of color to all this. Hey, Hannibal. I don't know how much you kind of heard, but Hannibal over on YouTube said, "Don't you stop now pulling me in and dropping me out." It says, "Tis free parts looking awesome." Oh, "Tis green parts looking awesome." Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy with them. I think the green was a nice little pop of color that we needed against such a dark color. This model is such like a dark blue and dark brown that any little bit of color pops so nice against it. But no, I hope you're doing well this evening, Hannibal. Glad to see you stop in. And don't worry, I'm not going to stop. Like I have to realize how much. Oh well, yeah. I mean, catch up on what have you got to. I've been bebopping back and forth between this chat and Twitch, even though I know Twitch isn't really too much, but Twitch is always kind of like not good at promoting small streamers. I think YouTube's a little bit better at it. From the way it goes. But no, I'm not going anywhere. This is, like I was saying, this has been the best for me recently. I guess I'm just more worried about this winter than anything. Ooh, nice. I'm assuming it was a friend's birthday party. How old are they now? 105? Yeah, clean up the brush. I will admit, I'm very much of a worrier when I don't have to be as a person. So, like, what I'm worried about is, like, in the middle of winter, and then we get a snowstorm, and I'm in the middle of a stream, and I'm, like, an hour in, and then I get a phone call from my boss to be like, "Hey, you got to go to work," and I'm like, I don't want to leave what I'm doing, but I also know that it's my job and I got to make money. So that's where I'm at. I don't want my job to interfere with this hobby and community that I've slowly built. But we still are a few months out from that, and things might change. What I'm kind of hoping for, so to keep you guys informed, I know I shouldn't worry about it. I'm going to worry about it anyways. But I'm going to keep chat here informed of what my plan is that I have so far. Because I like doing this. I want to keep doing this. I am... Because I'm unsure of like what was going on with my current job. I am thinking about getting... Or I'm going to be getting a secondary job. Yeah, that's how I have to look at it. But... I don't know, just to like... It's not a big deal now, but what I will say is I got one boss who wants to not keep working at their business and one boss that does. It's more tough when it's your parents as well. And they're keeping me informed and all that. And I'm currently the only like full-time employee they have. And I work for a landscape construction company, and in the winter we do snow plowing. And I was so unsure with what the business was going to be entailing. I'm like, I should be looking at getting a different style job in case I'm not working. So I like to think I'm going to help out with my buddy's magic shop. But I know that might be a 4-day week thing and really depends on that. I am going to be making a resume this week and applying to another game store that's a half hour from me that is opening. It's a full-time position, which is a little bit tough because I know that won't pay the amount that I'm currently being paid for my job. Is it something I'm more interested in? Yes. So that's just kind of where I'm at. And I feel like I need to tell someone what's going on and just have someone listen. Hence why I'm telling you guys. So it's not that I'm looking for answers. I'm just looking to vent to someone about what's going on. So I appreciate people just sitting here listening. I know it's not what people want to hear, but sometimes you just gotta vent. For those that were here last time on YouTube, I think most of the people were gone. It was just like one other guy. But I was on here with a friend, and during like that last half hour of stream, we just sat and talked and like vented to each other. Like he just talked about what's going on with him. So yeah, no, it certainly is a lot. I know it will work out in the end. I'm usually a very much go with the flow kind of guy, but a lot has really happened this beginning of this year till now. And it's been a bit of a roller coaster, so I'm glad to have this channel and get back into it. I'm certainly not doing as much as I wish I was doing with the channel. Like, I want to upload videos. I'm not taking the time to do that, which is the sad part. I might reach out to a friend, see if he's interested in editing for me. I don't know if he would or not. And, like, he's also got a job, so I don't know if that would work with his schedule, but I don't know. Other than that, going back to the model, I got the upper part of the hand done. I'm going to the lower leg. I know that not as much of the model needs to be edge highlighted, but I'm also trying to cover up any little bits that I've been touching and rubbed off paint, like the tip of the claws here, and on the hands. I've touched and have rubbed the paint off. So I'm now trying to like recover up that paint so that it will look good. So I am going to let the dog out for a very quick second, and then I'll be back. Can you go outside? Okay. Let's get back to it. should I do a Thursday, Friday? I could do a back-to-back one. I don't have anything this week planned for Thursday. I think it's next week. I am busy Thursday. At least in the evening. Thought I'd have like a consistent schedule, like, oh yes, every single week it's going to be this day and that day, but honestly, not really. Trying to be consistent on the days. I think once I figure out this new schedule, I'll be good. And the reason why I'm busy next week is because I finally, or not finally, but what was the question? I don't think I said a question. I think I was just talking out loud and it might have come out as a question. Sometimes it kind of happens. Unless I did say something specific and I just forgot what it was. But what I was saying is the reason why I was busy next Thursday is because I'm finally playing D&D again with my group. It has been like quite a few months since the last time we played. And yesterday, while we were all playing Magic, our DM was like, okay, now that we're all kind of here, we need to schedule time to play D&D. And it's like, I think we're doing July 31st? Is that a date this year? Yeah, July 31st is when I'm playing D&D, which I'm excited about. I'm excited to be playing my Rogue Fighter. I have not played Fen in quite a bit. I gotta clean off this brush. The paint is getting quite dry on the wet palette. Even though it is... Yeah, it certainly is. We try to schedule it every time at the end of our meet. But because we're all adults and one guy trying to open up the magic store, another guy with his job, the other guy that works in the morning. Dude, I would honestly say we were playing on Sundays like every day, and Sundays are like the better days for me, to be fully honest, to like do D&D and all that, but everyone else just gets busy. I will say it's a little more tough for me because it's an hour drive to go meet up with everybody and play. So I dislike doing it during the work week, where I have to get up and like go to work next morning. But I got friends down there that like offered to be like, oh, when we do this, you can stay at my place and all that for ease. And I'm like, that does make it easier. I also realized that our DM for D&D drives an hour every day for work and back. So I'm like, if he can make that hour drive every day in the morning to work and then, drive back, I can do an hour drive there. I used to do D&D online. Like, I was a part of a very big Discord D&D group. I know it makes it easier. I like the ability of playing in person though so much more. It is a whole other feeling that you can kind of get from it. It's kind of sad to say, but like when you're in high school and college, it's so much easier to like schedule D&D stuff because you got kind of the same schedule or you're in the same area. You can take that extra time like in between classes or something to like play a game or schedule something after like classes or meetups. I never went to college. Kind of wish I did now that I'm a little bit older. But I'm also kind of glad to be involved with the friends I am involved with because they've all been friends since college. And I'm the one that's like, oh, I'm friends with one of the guys from high school, but now I'm like friends with everybody there, so makes it nice. Swarm of mosquitoes. Gotta shut that door. I think the dog is done being outside. Are you done being out? Did your business? You all done? Okay, I'm back. Hi, Rory. Okay, what did you say just now, Hannibal? Hannibal over on YouTube said, we played the same campaign for so long, the DM struggles to balance the last session. I acquired the whole adventure guide of the capital city to deal with the BBEG due to my persuasion skills in-game and IRL. And now we don't know what to do. Give the DM a break. That's my suggestion. Give him a little break. I mean, that's impressive that you guys have had a game going on that long from 2019 till now. That is quite a long game. I think it's over... Is it over 5 years? I think so, because 2016 would be 10 years. You guys got too efficient and powerful. Yeah. That's what I've heard the problem is when you get to like those very high-end or like high-level campaigns. It makes it very hard to balance anything. 6 years now. This is the 6th year. You know what your DM should do? He should have you guys fight 1 million kobolds with pack tactics. $1 million kobolds with the pack tactics, and it's the kobold apocalypse. Okay, well then 5 million kobolds. How about that? And they all have pack tactics. I honestly don't know where our game's going to be. I have an idea on where I want my character to kind of be. I think like once we complete... They'll do the trick. Yeah, 5 million kobolds all with pack tactics. I know my character, he's... To sum him up, he's in his... Okay, so if any of you guys have seen Game of Thrones and watched The Red Wedding, or know, like, the Russian princess Anastasia, and, like, supposedly how she was, like... What I'm trying to sum up is, my guy's a noble. He survived a Red Wedding event, but everyone thinks that, like, his family dead, that he's dead. So my character's goal is to get revenge on the people that betrayed him, and then maybe he'll sit on the throne of, like, where his family once was and all that. I kind of want him to retire, like, leading the region that he's from and play a different character is how I am looking at it and kind of want to do. But I don't know if that'll happen with the DM. I have to discuss it with him. Like, when we get close to that point, I have to be like, hey, DM, I think my character's story is kind of ending at this point. There's other pressing matters that he would have to take care of. Can we switch to this guy and can I switch to this guy instead for like this reason story wise? This is how it will work. That's how I kind of look at it. But I don't know if the DM will do that. I mean, he seems to be a good DM so far. The hard part is that there's a bard character that's trying to help us get better. To sum up the story very simply is the DM's character is from another timeline and watched... So the DM's character was a part of our party in a timeline. They did battle with this horrid thing, and they all died. Fair enough, yeah. That is... So, I kind of asked the DM anyways, like, hey, if a character, like, died and got, like, replaced, how would this character feel about it? He's like, he wouldn't like it. He'd treat them very skeptically because they're not a part of the original, like, story. It's like, okay, that makes sense. But, Hannibal said his character is not retiring as long as he's mortal. I mean, fair enough. To have, like, a demigod be a part of your group at that point is very overpowered unless you're willing to nerf him quite a bit from where he currently stands. Oh, you know what character that kind of reminds me of? If you played Baldur's Gate, it reminds me of the Wizard. Because I know in his storyline he can become a god, like the god of ambition. So that sounds very similar to like that storyline in a way. Okay. Yes, his name was Gale. I haven't played in a bit, so I kind of forgot his name. I don't know how I feel about Gale personally as like a character. I mean, have I used him? I think I have, but when I play, I haven't really used the wizard too much. Early game wise, I haven't. I know later game wizards can be really powerful. Oh, you had to Google it. Last time I played, so I played Baldur's Gate with like 3 other friends, and I really wanted my character to romance Karlash, but you can't do that unless you're like more in the single player story mode, or you get rid of a guy and then you like pretty much one of your friends stop playing and then allows you to like get with characters, I guess is how I'm going to word it. Um, anyway, what I was going to be saying or trying to be saying is at the end of the game, when you go with Karlash, or you can choose to go with her to like the hell dimension or whatever. Which, luckily enough for myself, I looked out where it was actually my character that made that choice. Like, out of all of our characters, because there's 4 player characters, it chose my character, and I'm glad it did. But I really didn't like how Will was, like, stepping into the scene as well. I mean, it makes sense story-wise because he initially was going to plan on killing Karlash in the beginning. So him being there to be like, hey, I'll help you do this thing, and we'll go and do da-da-da together. I just took off all that paint I put on the cloth. This is what I mean where I touch something and I start stripping the paint off it. But, no, I just had this little idea that, like, my character, who I was playing a ice druid, I focused mostly on ice spells. Got to, go to hell with this barbarian lady. I'm not sure where I was going with this conversation, but I'm just kind of reminiscing, thinking about it. I definitely felt very sad when we finished Baldur's Gate because we spent over a year playing that game. And we really like developed these characters and the lore for ourselves and this whole thing. I mean, it was like its own. I mean, it was like its own D&D campaign within this game. So I'd like to replay it at some point with all my friends, but it won't be the same. Another game that I felt like that with, and it wasn't a D&D one, but it was with the same group of people and all that, I played Grounded with these same three friends. And this is like a game that we spent years playing. Okay, fair enough, Hannibal. Don't forget the forks and knives and the spears to catch your food. But I'll kind of finish my thought here. Yeah, I was playing. We were playing Grounded, and again, we spent like over a year, close to a year, with these characters, this little backyard, and we made our own little fort. We called it Cone Castle, and it was just this like grass. We made it into a castle shape, but it was mostly made out of grass, not like anything too strong. Kept dealing with spiders because we were close to the oak tree, but it was in a very nice location, just scenery wise. But we got very sad like near the end when we were gonna like grow big. We're like, let's take some time to like look at the build one last time, check out some places that we wanted to check out, because we knew like once we finished it, like could we go back? Yeah, but it'd be not as it wouldn't be the same. You'd be like, we beat the game. Are there things that we can do? Yes. Like, we can go fight Wasp and stuff like that now, or we can try to get other bits of armor and everything, but we're not going to go do that. That's... Our story in that game feels complete and done. And I personally dislike that feeling because I don't want the stories to be done. I want us to keep going with them. But I am happy for the memories I have of that game and doing it with those people that I did it with. I honestly would ask for no other gaming group in the world than what I currently have for a group. I'm going to just turn that to the side to show you guys what I've been doing for the highlighting. It's not as in-depth or crazy, I think, as this side was. This side definitely looks a little bit better, I think, than this side does. But I definitely think color-wise for myself, it looks the best. It's a brighter blue in the camera than I have. It's like the base blue and everything. It's way more darker, like, in the light where I can see it, but my phone camera just kind of turns this dark blue into a little bit like a more purpley, brighter blue. That. No, I know I'm streaming, but I'm so tempted to go check out another streamer right now and see what they're up to. And I shouldn't. I need to continue with what I'm working on. I don't know if I'm really even edge highlighting at this point, or if I'm just like adding color to the model. I think I'm just adding color to the model. But I'm also okay with that. Okay, that leg is done. Now move over to the hand. You know what's even going to take more time? I think doing the orange highlights for the armor. It's going to take a little bit more time. I don't know if I just missed to paint this part or if I actually rubbed that all away, but that's going to get a little bit of a blue color. Same with all that. Getting some good coverage on these little knuckles. Someone's speeding on by. A little bit of color there. Okay. Oh, I messed that up a little bit, but I might be able to work with it. Yeah, I'll be able to work with it. Has anyone here seen the new like Jurassic World movies? Are they any good? Like, is this something I should go watch myself, or is it just like not a good series anymore? Like, I'm tempted to go and watch them, but I've also heard they're not really good. I think the only scene I'd care about is like the raft scene, because it's similar to the books. know if it's even still in theaters. I'm saying this because I'm tempted to go to, or I want to go to a movie theater again. I want to watch a movie like that way again. I just don't know what's out and about. So I'm kind of curious what is. Show you guys that side. Oh, I have been playing another game recently. This is one I've been playing on my own, but I'm just one of my other little hobbies I have is I like gardening and farming. I think sadly though I'll have to be getting rid of my chickens soon because I don't really do much with them. Like I don't live on the same property with them anymore, so I have to get rid of them. Welcome back, Hannibal. But a game I've been playing recently is it's called Traveler's Rest. The premise is that you bought a rundown medieval tavern, and you need to make it like one of the best running taverns in the whole kingdom. Like really, your goal is to become like king. I think it is like that's the new premise of the like game, but. What's up, what's up, Ken? I'm just gonna call you Ken. It'd be easier than trying to say the first part. How's it going? Yes, I am doing Warhammer again. Alright, well, I am kind of a Warhammer channel right now, at least. So it would fair to believe that you would see Warhammer on this channel, but yeah, no. Traveler's Rest is like a little cozy game that I just got myself into again, and because I'm just like in a farming mood, even though summer's like almost over. I still have a few months until summer's over, but it's kind of hard to plant anything. I think midsummer, at least all the stuff I want to plant. It's stuff I would have done early July or end of May. Oh, why is the quality gone down to poor? I'm like looking, I just looked over to YouTube for the first time and it said the stream status is poor. Is the quality gone down? You were correct on the middle pronunciation. It's Ren Fair. There's no E at the end. Also, that is better. The Ren Fair was fun. I talked about it a little bit earlier on the stream, but I went with a friend that never been to one before. He enjoyed himself and said it'd definitely be something he'd do again. It was stuttering. Yeah, it said there wasn't like enough data or something like that to make a good stream, and now it's back to being good quality. So I wonder if it was just because I have Starlink. I wonder if it's trying to like switch from one satellite to the other one. But the Ren Fair was good. I was going to go in a more Viking costume, but I couldn't find all my stuff for that, so I went more as a hobbit. Wore like a dress shirt, white shirt, red vest, kind of dress pants, rolled them up, put on some socks, and a nice pair of boots. Later I switched into some flip-flops that I had because the boots started hurt my feet pretty bad. And yeah, had a good time. My friend definitely said he'd do this again. It goes on for next weekend and then the weekend after that. So it ends at the first weekend of August. And maybe we'd go again. Depends. And after the Ren Fair, went to my girlfriend's friend's place. She lives like really close by to the fair. And yeah, hung out, met some nice people, got myself a very old school board game. The premise is that there's a defender and there's an attacker. The defender has his king in the middle of the board, and he needs to get his king to one of the four corners in order to escape. And me and my friend played that about... let's see, we played four games, each of us being the attacker and defender like 4 times, and I won 1 game, he won the rest. Or did I win as... Nope, I won as defender. The game, it's better to be defender because if your opponent's not paying attention, you have some very easy ways of just escaping. So, definitely a fun game. It's like an old Viking game, is how I remember it being explained to me. But no, after that, went to that friend's... She has a little homestead, so it kind of got me in a homesteading mood again. So I started going through my garden and taking care of it again, and made me kind of miss doing the farming aspect of a lot of stuff, because I used to be really into farming and all that. I mean, I still want to run like a little farm one day, but because so much other stuff has kind of happened in my life, I forgot that was my goal. Like, there's a 20-acre old farm that I want to buy. It's very Stardew Valley vibe there, to be fully honest. Like, it's an old cabin that needs work, and there's an old barn that needs to be fixed up. And then, like, the other 20 acres and stuff are there. Not really sure what I do with the extra 20. I don't really need 20. I'd be happy with just the farmhouse and like 3 acres. Well, with the barn and like 3 other acres, but it's right next to the river. They want like $325,000 for it. Can't really get a... Well, I could try to get a loan for it, but I don't think it would be anywhere close to the amount they're asking for. But I could have my own little Swampcraft farm if I so choose. And I kind of do want that. I do want that, like, Swampcraft farm. I think that would be... It's kind of my goal. I'll be sad that my chicken's gone. I don't want them to go, but I don't do anything with them. Like, I don't get up early enough to go take care of them. They're all at my parents' place, and I got them when I was living there. And then I moved out, and it's not been easy to take care of them again. So now I'm gonna like give them to a better home that can take care of them. I'll be sad. I'll miss my ducks and geese. They're my favorite animals. It is kind of it's a relaxing life that I do want. It is. I've always been more into like the farming and prepping stuff. Yeah, the farm part is relaxing, and I do enjoy it. It'd be a lot of work, but I think I'd be happy. Besides doing this on YouTube, I would be happy doing farming. Like a little homestead farm. So, that is... That's that. Let's go clean. Can I use this? Okay. We're going to use this as a little bit of a dry brush. Not fully, but it's going to do what I need it to do. Trying to hit the more important or just high areas on the tail and just get a light coating. Did too much at the base start point here. Yeah, the one part I haven't done yet is his tail. Neglected. Oh, what book was it again that you got? It was Lion, Son of the Forest, correct? Or was it another book that you were talking with someone about? Because if you finished the Lion, Son of the Forest one, I'm tempted to hear your thoughts on it. I want to see the Lion put order back to the galaxy and bring back the Golden Era, but that will not happen. No. Most likely that will not happen in Warhammer. It's meant to be dark and grim and sad. But I will say, it gave me a little bit of hope. The book actually gave me some hope. Like, the ending was sad. I'm glad his son was able to redeem himself, but it also means that, like, he did some terrible things. He fell to chaos. He did have to... He did fall. But he was able to redeem himself in the end. For a map-wise Hannibal, the galaxy is split in half by a huge warp rift. So, Guilliman, which is the Lion's brother, who's another Primarch. He's on the side that still has the Emperor's Light, or the Astronomicon, and it's how they're able to travel, like through the warp safely. I gotta remember, what brown did I use? Or do I want to move over to a leather brown? Is this already close to a leather brown? It was kind of close. I'll mix this with a leather brown. Okay, sorry, I'm forgetting my words here for a sec. Where was I? What was I talking about? My train of thought just went out the window. Oh yeah, the Lion's on the dark side. So Lion's kind of in like the best position I think he could be in. Yeah, I would recommend the book as well to anyone that wants to get into Warhammer. It's a good book to... I don't know if it's a good one to start with, but it's a book I would definitely recommend to people to sit and read or listen to. it didn't feel like a modern 40K book at all, to be honest. Like, so what I mean by that is a lot of them talk about the new Primaris models or the newest stuff going on. This one felt like it almost felt out of place time-wise, if that makes sense. And that's kind of the point, because the lion is from he woke up 10,000 years in the future. So he's a man out of time. All he remembers. Okay. The short story collection is one I liked a lot. I'm trying to remember my favorite one out of all the short stories. The one that deals with the chapter master is a good one. And the very last story if you're talking about the Dark Angel short story collection, those two are my favorites from it. Okay, let's see how this looks as an edge highlight. Another good one that I finished somewhat recently was Infinite and Divine. That's another book that I would definitely recommend. Oh, and I don't know if you're in the Discord at all, Hannibal, but I read my first Warhammer Fantasy book. That's from the Age of Sigmar. It's called The Temple of Silence. That's another good one. It was my first time ever learning about or reading a book into Warhammer Fantasy. So it makes me want to make to sum it up, it's a book about witch hunters and vampires. And it makes me want to make a vampire Warhammer army, but not that I should. You are the evil monkey here? What do you mean by that? You're the evil monkey here. Oh, no, I am the evil monkey there. You're saying there, not here. I am trying to figure out what you mean by that. Oh, your name. Yes. Okay. Honestly, Hannibal, if you want to, like, throw your opinion about the book you read in the library section, go for it. That's why it's there. It's there for, like, everyone to comment about the books that they've read and, like, what they're into, and, like, what they have thoughts on for it. Like, if you think, or if you're open to, like, suggestions on, like, what book you should read next, or what you have gone done, like that, it's for everyone. I kind of want everyone in the Discord and anyone that joins in the future to go there. Yeah. No, I remember seeing it in suggestions, and then, like, I was trying to make it as soon as I saw it, but I'm not good with Discord on my phone. Like, trying to make channel stuff, and it wasn't in the right spot for when I was trying to make it. But now that I'm done with the Age of Sigmar one, I'm gonna move over to sci-fi again. The sad part for me is, like, it felt like such a good breath of fresh air compared, because normally I've listened to nothing but 40K books. And I mean nothing but 40K, like all sci-fi stuff. So like listening to something that was about fantasy and nothing to do with like the Imperium or anything sci-fi related was such a nice breath of fresh air for myself, and it made me enjoy the book a little bit more. It also helped that when I was listening to it on my way down to the Ren Fair, so it'd get me more into the fantasy mood. And definitely witch hunters are similar to the Inquisition. Not as fanatic. They are fanatical. They don't have as much power as the Inquisition does in books. So they were good. Yes, certainly. It's not Warhammer Library. It's the library. I think I have it named as like library or library room. Library, books suggestions and reviews. That's what I have it labeled as, and it's called the library. You are welcome to recommend any books in general. Like I said, the Discord's not just about Warhammer. It's about any like hobby topic you guys want to talk about. Like, I didn't want to make it a pencil hold into one type of thing. Like, I know what I'm doing a lot on the channel is Warhammer. I do want to branch out eventually. I just haven't given myself the time yet to do that. Actually, I got to save up my pennies as well today because I measured out some tables that I want to redo and fix up. I want to buy some butcher block tabletops and put them on some like old tables that need just new tabletops. And butcher block's expensive, so I got to save up my money. So my Warhammer fund's going to be moved over to carpentry. Could I buy it right now? Yeah, but I also got to worry about like rent for this month and then giving a I think giving $1,000. No, yeah, two. I think giving $2,000 to my sister for the new apartment that we're moving into. Because I did find a. So, for those that don't know, my current place that I'm living in is being sold by the landlords. So we're kind of we're dealing with realtors coming in or like trying to schedule times for showings and all that. And it's difficult because we live here and they only give us like a 24-hour notice. We prefer a 48-hour notice if possible. But I don't know how their websites work, so just to give us time to like clean up, move some stuff around that we need to. So that's kind of what I'm dealing with. So me and her found a new place. It's $2,000 a month, but it has everything included. I'll actually be saving money compared to where I'm currently at, where I pay $1,600 a month, and I still have to pay utilities on top of that. So it'll definitely be it'll definitely be cheaper in the long run. But I'm also at that age where I'm like, I want to buy a home. I'm sick of renting. But everything's so damn expensive. But it's also because I haven't really saved any money when I was younger either to put toward that. I mean, I have an emergency fund that I can pull from if I really have to. Don't want to, but I will. And I'm very fortunate that I even have an emergency fund to begin with. I do a lot of like research into financial stuff. I'm not like listening to Andrew Tate or anything like that, but like, oh, okay. Okay, so the realtor thing, it works like this. They text us asking if this date works, and most of the time we tell them that we can't do that, but this day would work instead. And the biggest hassle that we have to deal with is my sister has a pet rabbit, and she has to pick up its entire enclosure and find a spot for it to stay while they're doing the showing. And sometimes she's able to find a spot, sometimes not. I took it this last Sunday while I was at work so they could do the showing. So they certainly asked for permission of like, hey, does this time work for people to come by and look at the place? So it's not that they're not asking and we can say no. The other thing is that if the place sells, we have 30 days to move out to our new place. Like that's just how it is. Unless the landlord is willing to... Yeah, it's not as bad as I made it sound to begin with. If the new landlord or if the new people that buy it want to keep the tenants, then yeah, we could stay. But this place is being sold as a like single family home. So we're just finding somewhere before that becomes an issue. And it's not every single day that there's like a showing. Honestly, I think we've had like 2 this month, if anything, and the place hasn't sold yet. I think what they're asking too much for this place, personally. If they dropped it to 200,000, it'd be more reasonable. But it's an old house built in the 1800s that has had additions put onto it, and the floor sags to the old addition part, and you can feel the beams underneath your feet. It's squishy in some areas. So it's like, it definitely needs to be fixed in what they're asking for. It's awesome for us and we live here. The hard part is when it gets to winter, it's only propane heat. There's no firewood heat, which we would prefer. Or there's no wood stove, which we would like to have a wood stove, but that's insurance problems there. That's a big insurance hassle for any landlord to have. So, luckily, my sister knew these people that we're moving into. Actually, I met them first and told them about our situation. And then they're like, oh, well, we have a place. Like, tell Chloe that we have this place. And I want to talk to her anyways because... Chloe's my sister's name. My sister used to teach their kid, horse riding lessons. And she was just like, oh, I just want to catch up with her anyway. So it just worked out that they like had a place and were willing to share it and all that stuff. So yeah, it just worked out well in our favor in the long run. But it's still kind of just more sucks that this is happening twice. Because my previous landlords, they upped the rent to like $2,000 with nothing included. And luckily we moved out before we had to pay that. But they were also selling that apartment complex as well for way more money than what it was worth. What they were asking for, because they had it pretty much paid off, they did not care. Nothing was updated in that place. I paid like not over $900 for 1 month of heating, and I could sit in some areas of the apartment and feel the breeze coming through the windows. Yeah, it was poorly maintained. Try to see if I can actually. How's that looking? I think that's looking okay. What's going on here? Sorry, I was looking at YouTube and all that for a second. I'm just checking all the streams and everything, making sure things are going well. Other than that, damn, I keep touching the model and parts I don't need to be touching. Oh, I just looked over. You are not the only one that's done that today, Hannibal. You're not the first. Going up in chat, Chubbly has done that earlier during stream. Oh, I'm probably not surprised that it has a bigger delay. I'm not keeping track of what's going on with Twitch and all that, but damn, I'm surprised you saw that, Hannibal, because I haven't mentioned Twitch at all in a moment. It's been super dead and quiet over here. But honestly, like I was saying earlier, Twitch doesn't really push small creators, I think, that much. Unless they have like a bunch of people. So, but this is, I definitely wanted to multi-stream for a while. It's a lot simpler. I'm glad I found a pretty easy tutorial that made it a lot simpler than I initially thought. The only thing that I'm a little bit sad about is that I don't have Twitch chat showing up in stream, and I thought I had it going, but then somehow it just wasn't working. So I don't know. I use Stream Elements when I try to do stuff with Twitch, and I don't know if there's something with Stream Elements that just doesn't work with current OBS or with YouTube. So I got to figure out how to make that chat appear. I might do the same thing that I've done with YouTube's chat for Twitch. And I'll give it a little bit of a... That might make it work. I don't know, though, how much I need to do. I did notice that I've grown quite a bit. I mean, damn, I am 8 away from hitting my goal of 200. I think at the beginning I was at 187. And even like over the week I grew a couple from something. I'm like, where am I getting these random like subscribers from? But it must be just people that are like seeing the videos and rewatching them and being like, yep, I like this guy, we'll watch it. Because I'm sure there was one person in here, I think I want to say her just because the name. Their name was like Lilith something. And they asked like if the VODs go to YouTube. And I said, yeah, every stream that I do gets posted to YouTube because I want to make sure, I have an account of that. And she was like, awesome, I will watch this back because you seem like a very comfy streamer to watch. And all that. I'm like, oh, thank you. I don't know if I'd call myself comfy, but probably a silly goober is definitely the word I would use. Definitely call myself a silly goober. I haven't really come up with a name yet even for this community. I'm not even sure what kind of name would work. Like what, do I call you guys the crafters? The swamplings? Like, do I just call you guys nuts and bolts? I don't know. I have to sit and think on that. Oh, thank you. I did not think I had a soothing voice, but I appreciate that. Personally, I hate the way my voice sounds. At least in recordings, I hate the way it sounds. The swamp monsters. That's definitely a name. I don't know. I also thought about calling you guys the goobers. I like the idea of calling you guys like the goobers just because we're all a bunch of silly goobers in here. Although now I realize goobers in my mind comes from SpongeBob, even though that's not what I was initially thinking of when I was thinking it. But now it is. But damn, that honestly made my day. I've never heard someone said that I have a soothing voice, and that just makes me very happy. You have made my evening. If I could give you something, Hannibal, I would. Swampy MC, Swamp Faces. You know what? Maybe one of these days when it's a big enough stream and we're a little bit bigger, I'll put it up to a community vote on what they want to be called. Because that's the big thing. Like, it's a community name. I can call you guys whatever, but whatever you decide as a group to be called is what you will be known as. Honestly, it does make me feel better because for a very long time I'm very self-conscious of my voice, of how I look and how I interact and talk to people, especially over the internet. I'm self-conscious in general, and I try very hard to fade into the background, and this is like one of the only times I don't fade into the background. Like, I want to be noticed, but I also don't want to be noticed at the same time. That weird dichotomy of how I feel. I haven't said this in a while, but for anyone that's watching and wants to be part of the community, I have a Discord that is completely free to join. It is a spot for any sort of hobbyist, like I've said here. People that are into Warhammers, or if you got a book hobby you want to share, if you're into cosplay, if you're into woodworking. That is a good question, Hannibal. I talked about it earlier. I'm thinking Thursday. I'm thinking I will do another one Thursday and also have one Friday. My normal stream schedule is being switched up because the friends that I play video games with are free on Saturday, and we usually game from 7 to 10. So I have to change up my schedule to game with them. I haven't done that in a week or so. Maybe, depending on how things go, there'll even be a stream on Sunday. So we'll probably be moving into a 3-stream a week schedule. If not, it's still going to be 2 streams a week. So I'll see you Thursday. That's what it boils down to. I will admit I'm tempted to go to bed myself right now, but I want to stream for that 4 hours. I didn't think I'd get this guy finished tonight, but I am happy with the progress I have made. Good night, Hannibal. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I smell cinnamon. Something I've been eating a lot recently is Nutella and like cinnamon raisin bagels or toast or bread in general because I'm making sandwiches with it. So I'm like, any smell of cinnamon just kind of makes me think of those sandwiches, and I get a little bit hungry. I don't need the food. I ate before stream. That. How are we looking over here? Yeah, we're looking good. Okay. Ooh, I wonder. I've been seeing a lot of like Instagram shorts or even YouTube shorts of people using AI to make their models move in real life. I'm tempted what would happen if I did that to some of my models. But I also don't like using AI period for like anything. So I'm like, do I really want that to be something I use these models for? Or no, that's not the right wording, but do I really want to use AI to do that, or can I just like, you know, pretend in my head and enjoy what I have? I'm so tempted to, after stream, play Traveler's Rest after this. But it's going to be so late, and if I play that, it's going to be at least an hour. And I don't need that for myself. But it is a game I do want to play. Maybe I'll play tomorrow. I don't know. I also should. I'm trying to think if I go play Warhammer tomorrow or if I wait till Saturday to play with a friend. I think I'd rather play with a friend. Although, not that I don't want to meet new people and chat with them. It's just do I throw it? Oh, no. I don't think I'm going to be able to, now that I'm thinking out loud here. Because what I'm doing for work tomorrow with my boss will go past 5 o'clock. And it's a half-hour drive. It might even go until like 5:30 with the job. This is weirdly how I'm overthinking and planning my thing. I should just see how it goes. If I get the chance to go, I'll go. If I don't, I don't. Okay. There's way too much paint on this brush, but I'm going to just take it and do what I can with it. That's too much. I know it's too much. Pulled too much on that corner. Ever so slightly. Oh, nope, that was too much there. Can I feather that at all? I think so. Okay. I know I'm quiet. I'm going back to being very focused on all this. I'm also seeing how much of like where I have touch is like just rubbed current paint or older paint. I'm like, no. I mean, you can also see on the base here where I've touched and it's just ripped off like paint or chips. Okay. Clean off this brush. And we are going to restart. Here we go. Hey Dorzo, how's it going? Thank you. It doesn't feel, actually no. I've made good progress. Normally it doesn't feel like I've made any good progress, but I'm at the point that I feel like I've made good progress. I've gotten all the greens painted and highlighted to the point I want them to be at. I got the entire body edge highlighted. So here, I'll give you the side view so you can probably see. The chest isn't probably where it should be, but I'm okay with it. I mean, you're not really going to see the chest that much. And I'm edge highlighting the browns right now. Yeah, I'm happy with two. I'm hitting it with a 2-part glowing inferno to a 1-part leather brown. Will that focus? There we go. Yeah, to a 1-part leather brown. And it is a very slight time-consuming process right now, but I'm just trying to make it work. What I think also helps with the brown is because the green is such a bright color, it pops so much more to the brown because the brown's very dark. So any color we add to the brown just catches the eye better. Or even how it will accent certain colors. I know I need to paint the base at some point, and I haven't done that at all. But I also could leave the base black and white. I'm almost thinking, like, as a storybook, it's only the character that gets color. The base doesn't. I'm trying to think of, like an old black and white movie. Like, that's what the bases look like. I think so. Dorzo on YouTube says I think maybe the in front of him on the base needs something to look at. Possibly. I don't have the space. So I have like right. It's gonna be hard to see. So right here where it's kind of discolored white and all that in between the claws, I have that as like acid I want to pull out. But this would be a good spot to put the dead Space Marine body I have. But I don't have that. I don't have the space for it because I'm doing something else with it. So this is kind of what I got for a base. I'll probably paint the base up anyways. And do the same color I do for the Space Marines. That will be my big thing. Also, I don't know if I think you are in the Discord, but you haven't. I don't think I've talked to you about books or anything like that. I finished the Silent Temple, which is a Warhammer Fantasy book, and I enjoyed it very much. I definitely would recommend it to anyone who is into Warhammer Fantasy. It's about witch hunters and vampires. Also, earlier, I'm saying this because I don't know if you've talked to Hannibal about this or not, or if it was, I forget his name, but it starts with an A in chat. Once I see him, I would remember. Honestly, fantasy hasn't gone me either. Yeah. The Age of Sigmar or fantasy hasn't either. I will say, because I went to a Ren fair this weekend, is why I listened to the fantasy book to get me into like the fantasy mood. It was a breath of fresh air to listen to something that wasn't all about sci-fi stuff. Was it still Warhammer? Yes. And did it still give me the grimdark feeling? Yes. But it was definitely a good read. At some point, I will... Because I do have the spearhead for the Lizardmen and a couple other models. And I really should go through and make all those models. I've kind of decided, like, I'm done buying new models. I need to take what I have and put them all into 1,000-point armies and build and get everything built and then go through and paint when I can. So my major thing I'm going to do is work on the Space Marines, get those 2 armies together and set up, and then go from there. But reading what you said, yeah, I got to play one-page rules over the weekend with a friend. Didn't get to paint, but had a great time. Yeah. I think Saturday, if I have time, because I think I'm working from like 9 to 1 on Saturday, and then at 7, I'm playing games with friends. I'm going to try to squeeze in a Kill Team game with a friend. The same one that's been on the channel and that plays Chaos. I think we're going to finally get together and play a game. I've been in the mood to play Warhammer again. I can tomorrow at my local game store. They do a Warhammer night. I don't know if I'll be able to make it because of work. I want to go, but I have a strong feeling that work is going to get in the way of it. Also, didn't One Page Rules, are they coming out with a new army or something, like sci-fi lizard people? For One Page Rules? Okay. So, does One Page Rules have a normal... Oh, it's only for $10? Is it like the STLs that you have to print, or are they actually models that you can buy? Because, I mean, honestly, if that's the case, I don't have a 3D printer. But what I can do is I can use my Age of Sigmar Lizardmen. But they have other rewards that only what I pay attention to. Fair enough. Not everything a part of them is gonna catch your eye. Just sci-fi like dinosaurs is like what caught my eye. They do have an Etsy store. They just made a post today saying that they now make plastic minis. Ooh, that's actually really cool. Going back to narrative campaign because you've piqued my interest with it. If there's like a, I'm trying to think of it as like Warhammer, in a way, because Warhammer does have its like narrative way of playing. If they have like different missions and stuff that you could do, then make that be your campaign thing. And then if there's like a way to upgrade your characters over time, I'd throw that in as well. That's how I would look at doing a narrative campaign with that stuff. Okay. This is good so far. You have my interest. I like that. I like that idea. I'm going to be stealing that. Okay. I'm stealing the random mission thing. Okay. Yep. Darzo, if you write down this anywhere, I would be happy to receive the Google Docs for it. If you haven't at all, you should look at some of the Crusade books that Warhammer has come out with. That might help you with some inspiration. Or if you choose to use stuff like that, that might be like what you do, because I know with the Crusade books, they have like requisition points that you can spend. Okay, so if you get a chance to, I will grab my books and I will show you kind of what, or kind of the Crusade books are kind of like what you're talking about. I'm going to clean off this brush and pack everything up, and then I will show you what I'm talking about. So, Crusades is like... I've never played Rogue Trader, but I'd say buy that anyways, just because if there's anything interesting in it. But let me first show off. All I got left to do is his tail and more brown highlights on this Tyranid. So I figured it's first edition, like very beginning. Let me grab the Crusade books I have. This one. Okay. is expensive for. I mean, it is first edition, so they're not making any more. But Warhammer Crusade is. This is not. I have like three of these books actually in order. This is the oldest, and then like the other ones. But these have missions in them. So just kind of showing it off. It kind of explains like what the campaign's supposed to be about. Then it has missions inside them, and then rules, and how many like points you can kind of get. So this one was supposed to be like when the Necrons and stuff came out. This is what it was supposed to kind of represent. So there's a thing called like requisition, which is points you can get to then spend on like other things as well. Kind of like what you were thinking of, where you get certain amount of points and you can then spend it. So this one is like increased supply limits. I know it's glaring and all that, but this costs is 1 requisition points, and it would up your Crusade army by 200 points. Every Crusade starts at 1,000 points, and you build an army from there. I'm not sure how that would work into your thing. I thought about doing this with friends at doing like 500 points or even 200 points and building from there. If you need pictures, I'm happy to send you pictures of what I have here. But then this also goes into like experience points for each army. What is that black screen? Hello? That was weird. But yeah, it has like an EXP system for each battle you do. That's just the requisition stuff. What I wanted to get to was more, these are the different missions that you can do. So they have like different objectives, and then you get like so many points depending on what you win here and there. So Warhammer has made a couple of these. Okay. Because you play one-page rules, I would stick with whatever they have for stuff. A mission is just pretty much to sum up like what you play with for that board. Does that make sense? So like in normal Warhammer, you have objectives you're supposed to get. Let's just say like these are some objectives. I'm just going to be very simple. Obviously, your army gets on that objective, you get points. Because you haven't played like big Warhammer with all the books and stuff, at least I don't think you have. I'm not really sure how to explain this and just kind of go from the beginning of it. Yeah, I would just stick with whatever one-page rule has for stuff and not overcomplicating it with whatever I'm trying to tell you. I'm going to keep that very simple. Because with Warhammer, when you normally play, there's like terrain and stuff on it. I think most games are like that. But they do have, depending on the missions, like objective markers that get you victory points. And that's a way you can win the game. I don't know what the new missions are. I just know in that Crusade book, it has certain missions that gets you say like new objectives to fight for. Fight for is what new missions are. I think the missions are just different things you're supposed to complete for. Like each Crusade book, in order to like move on to the next book, I think you're supposed to play like every mission once. I did not play Halo. So I can't really help with that. I can read one off, if that might help. I mean, each of these are different named and all that stuff. So, like... You are fully fine. I'm trying to figure out how to explain it because I know you've been playing tabletop longer than I have. And to me, this is something that I've just kind of gone and continued with and not what you have. So, if you can kind of see this red and green spot here. So this is like defender, this is attacker, and there's objectives. Each of these objectives that you hold a unit on gets you victory points. And I think you need 50 to win the game, like by turn 5, because you play in like 5 turns. So with this one has a mission objective. Says at the end of the command phase, the player whose turn scores 5 victory points for each following condition they satisfy. So this means you have to follow certain conditions. It says if they control one or more objective marker, being those, and they control more objective markers than their opponent, they get those victory points. Stop. What? What? Is this a light thing that I'm doing? Dorothy says, so what we did was set down terrain. Like I said, and we placed down minis and fought waves of NPC minis. But I think I get it. Yeah, this is like if you were to play against another player, you're just trying to score more points than them. That's what it boils down to. And then there are ways to like make more points depending on different missions. That's just one of them. But however that works for you guys, go with it. Yeah. I've not played in a Crusade game yet. I think Kill Team is more the one that I will eventually get a Crusade game in. At least very simply. Sorry, I'm just kind of winding down because I'm at that 10 o'clock mark and I'm like getting... Yeah, I'm just kind of winding down, getting ready to get to bed so I can start this all over tomorrow. But, like I said earlier, normally I don't feel like I've made a whole lot of progress. This one I kind of did, or I feel like I made some good progress. I got all the green done. I got all the blue I wanted on for edge highlighting. And I started with the brown. I got this side done, working on the front, working over to this side. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds... I like the idea of Space Detective. That sounds really cool. But no, if you are interested in playing like a larger game thing, I would look into 40K's rule set a little bit if you're interested in that. Not saying you have to or that you are. But with that all being said, if you like what you see here and you want to be part of the community, feel free to like and subscribe. Oh, wait, you caught my... I was trying to do my outro and you caught my attention. One Page Rules has Inquisitors in the Army Builder. Ooh, I like that. I like that. Okay. I might have to check that out. But, as I was saying, if you also want to be part of the community, I have a Discord that's completely free to join. It's a description in the channel. It is a hobby craft center for anyone that does any hobby. It's not just Warhammer. It can be for wood crafting. It could be for any arts and crafts. It could be for metalworking. Just anything that you have an interest in. Feel free to join it. If you want to support the channel and want to see things improve and get better, I have a coffee that you can donate to. It's spelled Kofi. That type of coffee, not an actual coffee. Any Anything you donate goes back into the channel. But you do not have to do that. You are just having you here, watching and being a part of everything is more than enough. With that all being said, I want you to... Hold on, I'm going to change something up. I want you guys to go out there and make something awesome. I know you will.